budaya itu memiliki memiliki nilai-nilai yang berbeda, yang kadang-kadang itu bisa menghambat komunikasi. Kemudian yang keempat adalah environmental barrier, jadi hambatan dari lingkungan. Tentu lingkungan yang baik akan membantu kita di dalam proses komunikasi itu menjadi lebih baik. Saya kira itu dulu, jadi masih banyak slide-nya. Nanti mungkin bisa saya share slide-nya, bisa lebih dibaca lagi. Terima kasih Mbak Vina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mungkin kalau ada pertanyaan, Bapak.
Oke, ya silakan.
Silakan di-unmute saja kalau misalnya ada pertanyaan.
Atau kalau nggak ada nanti lewat chat juga.
Ya, oke, bisa nanti langsung lewat chat, lewat WA, biar lebih personal begitu, biar bisa lama diskusinya ya Pak ya.
Iya, terima kasih Mbak Vina.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Fatah. Effectiveness of online learning. Oke. Ibu saya. Oh, next on we have Professor Abdul Hadi. Are you here, Prof? Professor Abdul Hadi?
Okay, I'm here. Yes,
okay.
I am here.
Okay. Maybe you can share your screen. Bisa share screen, Prof? So today, Professor Abdul Hadi from UIN Wali Songo, Indonesia, he will talk about dynamics of teaching and education in traditional Islamic boarding school during pandemic. Oh, very interesting, isn't it? Ya, monggo Prof.
Yang mana ini namanya?
Share screen, Prof.
Ya, tombol anu.
Tombol share screen. Ya, itu ada di bawah, Prof.
Ya,
di bawah, ya, share screen. Bisa diklik.
Ya. Terus sebentar. Ini gue nggak muncul nih.
Ini.
Aduh, mana?
Sekedar Pak, saya coba dari sini.
Ya. Nain? Oh.
Prof, sudah bisa coba lagi. Yeah, perfect. So it's time for Professor Abdul Hadi. You have 20 minutes. I will memanggil Bapak kalau misalnya waktunya sudah hampir habis. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil anbiya'i wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Excellency Rektor UIN Wali Songo Semarang, audience and speakers internal and external of UIN Wali Songo Semarang. I'd like to talk about the dynamics of teaching and education in traditional Islamic boarding school during the pandemic months. Since the COVID-19 pandemic emerged in Wuhan at the end of the 2019 in Wuhan, China, and Indonesia have been affected. All political, social, and cultural activities must adjust to the new situation, or what is called the new normal. That is the numbers of positive active cases recovered and people died, recovered. That's numbers and death. That's numbers. Jokowi in press conference at the Bogor place on Monday, 16 March 2020, said that the policy of studying from home, working from home, and worshipping at home needs to be intensive to reduce the reduction of the spread of COVID-19. The three things are known and done everywhere, even with penalties for violators, namely using a mask, maintaining a safe distance, and washing hands with soap. The impact of the pandemic has been so prevalent and that Islamic boarding schools have been affected. Pondok Pesantren. Pesantren is the oldest Islamic education institution in Indonesia. It developed online with socio-cultural, economic, and political development pre-colonial period as the center of the spread of Islam, colonial period as in alternative educational institution, the independence period as the builder of the characteristics of Nusantara Islamic for Muslim in the country. The sense of Islamic boarding schools, that's Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah, education and teaching, amal, and symbols. That is choices. It is called traditional because the Pesantren chooses to defend the attitude of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah or Aswaja, namely the tradition of the Prophet, the companions, Tabi'in, Tabi'in, and one of the four schools, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali, in the field of fiqh. Ash'ari Maturidi in the field of Aqidah, and Junaid al-Baghdadi in the field of Tasawwuf, not traditional radical like us or as Metsu Nakamura said, but traditional fiqh as Gus Dur said. Education and teaching. Quran recitation with nazar and uqud, and its interpretation. The hadith are studied by means of memorization and knowledge. The yellow book, Kitab Kuning, namely the books of Fiqh Syafi'iyah or other schools of thought, including Muqarranatul Madhahib, such as Bidayatul Mustahid. The yellow book in the field of Fiqh or other has the genre of Matan, Syarah, and Mukhtasar, Hasyiah, and returns to Syarah. Learning methods through Bandungan, Sorogan, deposit, Tikroran, Bandungan and Tikroran, and deposit. Pesantren Ranggen as example, the Pesantren community who succeeded in forming a subculture, like Gus Dur said. At first, Kiai built or led a mosque or musola when opened the recitation for students. Santri near and far come and occupied the ditches around the Kiai. They built huts and their equipment. Kiai Haji Abdul Rahman, founder of the Meranggen Islamic Boarding School, then developed after Kiai Usman, Kiai Musleh, Kiai Muradi, and Kiai Ahmad Mutahar jointly led the Pesantren. Pesantren Islamic Boarding School dynamics dynamics. Maybe you can read from above. Traditional yellow book curriculum, classification according to matan and syarah. For a figure of the kiai very strong, like Al-Anwar Kiai Basir, Al-Anwar Kiai Maimun Zubair, almarhum. That is the traditional pondok pesantren.
Maaf, Prof. Hedi tadi kepencet. Bisa minta tolong di-unmute. Mohon maaf.
Ya.
Oke, mohon maaf. Monggo.
Repeat. My Pesantren Islamic boarding school dynamics. Maybe you can see from above. Traditional, ya. Yellow book, curriculum, kitab kuning, core curriculum, from little kitab, maybe fiqh takrib and al-jumiyah fin nahm, ya. So to the big kitabs kuning like Fathul Wahab and middle Fathul Mu'in. That is the classification of traditional boarding school of Islam. Classification according to matan and syarah, and so on. And the figure of the kiai is very strong in the Islamic boarding school. Pesantren semi-modern. Semi-modern Islamic boarding school are pesantren that maintain traditional values but are accommodating to modern developments. As a sample, Meranggen Islamic boarding school takes a semi-modern types. The number of students is around 2,500 people. The not people, yes. The Meranggen Islamic boarding school consists of several institutions, namely Futuhiyah as the parent, Darul Ma'wa, Al-Amin, Al-Mubarak, Kiai Haji Muradi, Asy-Syarifah, Ibrahimiyah, Badriyah, Al-Imdadiyah, Al-Anwar, and Al-Maghfur. Except for the last is one family after 3 generations. Various education institutions in the Meranggen Pesantren, that is Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Tsanawiyah, Aliyah, and public school, SMA, SMK, formal education, SMP, informal education, diniyah in pesantren, pengajian, pengasuh, followed by senior kiais, senior santris, and application of Sufism and high education, Tarekat and Ma'had Ali. That is practices and so on. Islamic boarding school routine activities. The daily activities of the pesantren are quite dense, from praying on congregation 5 times with virit, Friday prayers. There are routine activities including formal education through ME, MTS, MA, SMA, SMK, and Ma'had Ali. The recitation of books after sunset, Tafsirul Jalalain, and Fiqh, Fathul Qarib, etc. Friday morning, Ihya Ulumuddin and Al-Munqidh min ad-Dhalal by Al-Ghazali. Every Friday night is prayer accompanied by flying. Then in the morning, followed by the pilgrimage to the graves to the Kiai. The COVID-19 pandemic era. Starting in March 2020, there were changes starting from congregational prayers at a distance, Friday prayers being closed, but then opened. There was a controversy among the Kiais to close Friday prayers. Some allow, some oppose. The references including the Yellow Book Al-Majmu' by Imam Nawawi, but finally opened with a health protocol, even though not all of them use masks and kept a minimum distance of 1 meters maybe from one another. Effort to tackle the spread of COVID-19 maybe. That's fast. Kiai Muhammad Harif Musleh, caretaker of the Futuhiyah Islamic boarding school, allowed only 50% of the new students during July, August, and September. Then they were rerouted home and replaced by the other 50%. This had to be done because each room had about 30 students. Every newcomer is asked for a health certificate. At the gate, there is a soap and water faucet. They are recommended to use masks. Cases of COVID-19. Several students for 10 days at the Darussalam Islamic boarding school, Blok Agung, Banyuwangi, fell ill since early August 2020. They were isolated in 2 different locations. On Friday, 14 August, 2 santri in Kabat and 2 santri in Tampo were reported by the Puskesmas, as well as 3 santri in Tambak Rejo and Muncar tested positive for COVID-19. All from the Darussalam cluster. The Banyuwangi District Health Office, in collaboration with the Pesantren, finally held a mass rapid test of 502 male and female students on Saturday, August 16, 40. As much as 30% was the result of the tracing of the 3 santris. 70% are students who are sick and undergo isolation in the hospital. On Sunday, 16 August evening, 92 family students were declared. Female students were declared reacting to COVID-19. The Pesantren eventually isolated the 92 students. The steps taken by the Pesantren and the hospital are separating those affected and those who are negative and taken and then taken to the hospital for further treatment. On 24 September 1990, 147 students from Watumas, not Purwokerto, tested positive for COVID-19. There are 17 students who contracted the disease in Poliwali Mandar. On July 2, Pondok Gontor 2, Madusari, Siman Ponorogo was declared closed to the public after a santri without an RDT investigation certificate returned to the lodge, which turned out to be in positive contact with his father. Utilization of the pandemic era. As Jokowi said, study at home He said that the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic should be a momentum to improve the economy and the village, in the village. The crisis that his urban areas village are concerned. Pesantren are increasingly talking on the role of formal education by intensifying pesantrenan education, such as increasing religious training, including tahajud, duha, sunnah fasting, yellow book recitation, and others. Thus, the pesantren is actually able to take advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic era with positive activities for students. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to back to the moderator, please. Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the explanations. And for the audience, if you have questions, please, you may unmute the microphone and directly ask questions. Thank you.
Kalau tidak ada pertanyaan, lanjut saja. Silakan.
Nah.
Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih, Prof.
Ya.
Okay, we go to the next speakers. Prof. Dr. Yusuf Suyono. Yeah, and the title is COVID-19 Safe Education Services in Schools, Madrasah, Pesantrens, Muhammadiyah at Central Java. Okay, time is yours. Prof. Dr. Yusuf Suyono. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you share my PowerPoint? I have sent to the committee.
Okay, wait for a moment, sir.
Pak Suyono bisa share screen? Sakit?
Kok saya gini nih, malah gini lahirnya kok begini. Gimana? Apanya yang di
Klik share screen, Pak. Share.
Udah ini.
Di bagian bawah G.
Isinya kok gitu.
Hijau gambarnya.
Ya ini
G.
gambarnya kelihatan enggak gitu? Seperti itu
Belum,
gambarnya.
Pak.
Lihat kok mana? Terus
Share screen diklik G.
terus sudah share.
Setelah itu dipilih share. Ya. Share.
Loh, pilih apa?
Ya.
Oh,
yang
di
pokoknya Pak Suyono diklik.
Saya dulu kan sudah saya kirim saya di situ, jadi
Ya udah.
Dikirim dari laptopnya Prof. Suyono, Bro.
Oh lah itu tadi enggak
Share
saya
dari
siapkan.
situ, dari laptopnya Prof. Suyono.
Oh,
Saged.
ada.
Jadi
Sebentar.
dibuka dulu PowerPoint-nya. Nggih, nggih. Pelan-pelan enggak apa-apa.
Kemudian
Masih
dicari,
banyak waktu.
jadi dicari file PowerPoint-nya itu.
Ya,
Pak.
PowerPoint-nya nggih
Iya, nah ini.
dulu, Pak. Nggih.
Nah, kalau bisa dibantu panitia kan.
Inilah sudah.
Santai, santai.
Masuk enggak?
Belum.
Belum, Pak. Setelah itu diklik share screen, Pak, di bawah, nggih. Ada hijau-hijau lambangnya, anak panah ke atas.
Iya, di anu ini sudah saya anunya laptop saya sudah ngirim apa itu PowerPoint, tapi kok masukannya kemana? Nih loh. Kelihatan enggak?
Belum, Bro. Wih.
Bentar.
Coba diklik, setelah itu diklik share screen. Jadi di bawah ada tulisan share screen. Ada hijau-hijau. Hijau-hijau.
Sudah, malah akhirnya
Atau dikirim ke internal speaker WA apa?
Sudah saya kirim tadi, coba lihat.
Oh.
Sudah saya kirim paling carry sendiri.
Oh ini COVID-19
Iya, itu.
certification.
Oh, nggih. Kalau gitu kita share dari sini. Nggih.
Iya, itu loh maksudnya.
Terima kasih.
Iya.
Mohon maaf.
Pak Mahfud di situ, Pak Mahfud. Pak Mahfud.
Yes,
Tolong itu panitianya itu.
Oh
Sudah
yes,
saya
Prof.
kirim. Hah?
Siap.
Sudah saya kirim tadi di internal speaker sudah.
Atau dilanjut aja jenengan ngendikan nanti disusul presentasinya, Prof.
Iya.
Ya, begitu, Prof. Ya.
Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Rabbi syrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Iya.
Ini bukan ini bukan
COVID judulnya COVID. Ya. I thank you for giving the time 20 minutes.
Udah.
I want to deliver my speech on COVID-19 safe education services in schools, Pesantren, Madrasah of Muhammadiyah Central Java. Me, I am as the one of the Muhammadiyah leadership of province of Jawa Tengah, Central Java. I think it doesn't matter for me to speak and inform about how Muhammadiyah effort to give safe education services from COVID-19 ya.
Oh, sip.
Ini Pak Suyono mau maju sekarang, sudah dapat alhamdulillah kita sudah dapat formnya.
Tadi sudah betul.
Ya, berarti kita mulai ya Bapak ya.
Sudah mulai ini. Ya, silakan.
Terima kasih, mohon maaf.
Nah, I want to deliver my speech on COVID-19 safe education services in schools, madrasah, pesantren of Central Java Muhammadiyah Central Java. Among of the superior, me and Pak Parman are one of Muhammadiyah leadership in Central Java ya. So I think it is my right also to inform the condition of school, pesantren, and educational institution of Muhammadiyah Jawa Tengah. Muhammadiyah Jawa Tengah or Muhammadiyah Central Java manages 1,683 school and pesantren that consists of 103 senior high school or SMA, 21 MAM Madrasah Aliyah Muhammadiyah, Madrasah Aliyah Muhammadiyah. It is for non-Indonesian participants will be confused by the term of Madrasah Aliyah. Madrasah in the same level or with SMA, but MAM is senior high school under the authority of Ministry of Religious Affairs. Yeah. Number 3, 187 SMK. Yeah. SMK here it means for pollution. Yeah. Vocational high school. Vocational high school. Number 4, 291 SMP or some junior high school. And number 5, 110 MTS. MTS Madrasah Sanawiyah for non-Indonesian participants will be considered also because the word Sanawiyah in Arab country will be senior high school. Sanawiyah it means senior high school, but Indonesian Sanawiyah it means junior high school, yeah, in the same level with SMP, but under the authority of Religious Affairs, yeah, Ministry of Religious Affairs. Sanawiyah in Arabic country, Sanawiyah will be the same as SMA, yeah, Aliyah Madrasah, but Aliyah in Arabic will be Dirosah Aliyah, it means at university. So if Indonesians say Madrasah Aliyah, they mean senior high school, but in fact in Arabic term will be Madrasah Sanawiyah. For SMP, it means or Sanawiyah, the real or the right term is Madrasah Mutawasitoh. Then 110 Madrasah Mutawasitoh, yeah, under the authority of Ministry of Religious Affairs. Number 6, 243 elementary school. And the 7, 584 Madrasah Ibtidaiyah Muhammadiyah. They are at the same level with SD, yeah, elementary school. Number 8, 137 pesantren or Islamic boarding schools. And the last 7 SLB Sekolah Luar Biasa, it means school for children with disabilities. Yeah. So that to speak about how Muhammadiyah Central Java undertake safe education services from COVID-19 pandemic, I'll speak 5 points. If every point will take 4 minutes, it will be last at 20 minutes, inshallah. Yeah? before the morning of moderator. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
The first, COVID-19 safe education services. To ensure the implementation of safe education service from the spread of COVID-19, Muhammadiyah Central Java undertake the following efforts. Number 1, providing SOP, shops for Muhammadiyah education units to prepare for the prevention, early detection and control of COVID-19 in accordance with the new order of education. SOP it means standard operating procedure. Yeah. Number 2, providing support and assistance for implementing education policies in providing quality education services at all level of Muhammadiyah education unit so that they can enter new normal life in according with new order of education. Number 2, the principle of safe COVID-19 education services. There are 5 principles of safe COVID-19 education service from Muhammadiyah Jawa Tengah, Central Java. Number 1, ensuring the fulfillment of the rights of students to get access of the quality education by implementing protection for safety and security from the risk of COVID-19 transmission. Yeah. Please, the committee turn to number B. Yeah. Number 2, ensuring that the implementation of learning and education service at the Muhammadiyah education unit level is in accordance with the latest public health condition in the regency or city, kabupaten kota, as the basis for the plan to open an educational unit. Number 3, prioritizing the interest of student, non-discrimination and participation, as well as maintaining the continuity of the learning process at the Muhammadiyah education unit level, while still paying attention to health protocols. Number 4, encouraging community participation in supporting the implementation of new order of education administration and service in Muhammadiyah education units. And number 5, ensuring the fulfillment of the rights of school resident, educators, pendidik, and educational personnel or TENDIK by implementing protection for safety and security from the risk of COVID-19 transmission. Power number 3, C, please, change the committee. Turn to the C, please. Yeah. To get achievement of the goal, Muhammadiyah also get effort how strategy for that. Yeah. So I say for the achievement of that goal, it is formed 3 level of COVID-19 safe school task force team, ya, gugus tugas, ya, satgas, ya, safe school task force team. Number 1, professional level and the level of province. Number 2, district and city level of kabupaten kota, and the last branch level, ya, tingkat kecamatan, cabang. In carrying out their duties, each school task force team in each level must coordinate and communicate with MCCC, Muhammadiyah COVID-19 Command Center, and MDMC, ya, Muhammadiyah Disaster Management Center, Majelis Detachment or Detachment Council, ya, and LP3M, Lembaga Pembina Pondok Pesantren Muhammadiyah, Lazismu, ya, Zakat Infak Zakat Muhammadiyah, Infak Sodakoh, ya, and MPI, ya, Majelis Pustaka Informasi, Library and Information Council in Muhammadiyah, in the same level. And the duty A, in preparing step for implementing learning in educational unit according to the condition and needs and their effectiveness in the region. B, in monitoring and evaluating the implementation of learning activities during the COVID-19 pandemic emergency in the region. And the last, in reporting the head of the MCCC and MDMC and Majelis Development in each level. And then every level of school task force team has 3 duties or 3 principles. And the duty up down, from up down, from down to up, down up, from brand to city or kabupaten, and the last to province, and the province to center Muhammadiyah, PP Muhammadiyah. Now turn to PowerPoint number D, implementation of COVID safe education services. Mitigation step for School of Muhammadiyah against COVID-19 transmission are as follows. After strategy, we speak about how the implementation. Number 1, if there are students or santries who are found to have symptoms of COVID-19 in school environment, then the school manager must immediately contact their parents or wali guardians and the local task force to be returned to their home or residence and advised to follow the isolation protocol at home or contact the nearest health center and health facility in order to get immediate medical treatment and action. Number 2, provide isolation rooms if there are student santries suffered from symptoms of COVID-19. Number 3, if student or santri have to wait at the school or pesantren, the school manager must provide a room for temporary isolation with a closed room with adequate ventilation or open windows, and under the supervision of the school manager or school task force if needed. If an isolation is not possible, students are moved to an open school room with minimum distance of 2 meters from other people. After that, the supervision and control. Because the implementation without control and supervision will be nil. Based on the circular of the Ministry of Education and Culture number 3, 2020, that during the COVID-19 pandemic, students learn from home and teachers teach from home. Then there are a division of tasks as follows. Number 1, head of school and pesantren are responsible for ensuring the quality of student learning at home, planning school learning activities, coordinating with teachers or staff, coordinating with school supervisor, ensuring learning and educational services according to the new order of head protocol and the like. It is the duty of head of school or pesantren. Number 2, the duty of school supervisor guide the implementation of learning in Muhammadiyah education unit to ensure that all divisions are involved in the learning process. And the last, Dikdakmen Council, Majelis Development, together with MCCC and MDMC, Muhammadiyah in each level, monitor the implementation, coordinate with COVID task force team, and report the last report to Majelis Development together with provincial MCCV or MCCC, MDMC leaders regularly. Report must be regularly, from down to upper level. from cabang to kabupaten kota, and the last for in Jawa Tengah to provincial level, and the last of course to center PP ya, center Muhammadiyah Center. Nah, and the last closing ya, COVID-19 safe education services at Muhammadiyah School Central Java in principle heed health protocol as long as the COVID-19 pandemic has not ended and the learning process was carried out online. Yeah, because pandemic of COVID-19 has not ended, and then this implementation, this effort must be continued until unlimited time. Number two, Muhammadiyah School, you continue to strive to handle COVID-19 by mobilizing the potential sources of fund and resources, not only fund but also resources that are available to unlimited time. Therefore, serious effort are needed so that the implementation of learning activities at Muhammadiyah School continues in according with health protocol. But we know as a Muslim, there are only efforts. Yeah, the goal and the success is entirely up to Allah. Yeah, depend to Allah. Therefore, we after effort there is no way, only prayer to Allah. Yeah, prayer to Allah. Therefore, we can give the services and save from COVID-19. Yeah. So beside effort must be together with effort, and entirely finally, of course, must be we depend to Allah, depend on Allah. Yeah, help insyaAllah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you very much for the explanation, Professor Dr. Haji Suparman.
No, Yusuf
Bapak Yusuf Suyono.
Very strange, yeah, strange name.
Professor Dr. Yusuf Suyono for the explanation about COVID-19 safe education services in School Madrasah Pesantren Muhammadiyah. Now we have one question from Dr. Mahfud Junaidi. The question is, based on Muhammadiyah experiences, how do Muhammadiyah encourage the community participation in Muhammadiyah education and stop COVID-19 and Muhammadiyah education?
About the fun, yeah. The participation of Muhammadiyah community in fundraising, alhamdulillah, it is very easy for Muhammadiyah, for members of Muhammadiyah. I must inform you that for Palu disaster, for Lombok disaster, because there were earthquake, we can fundraising from members of Muhammadiyah organization. It is very early. Therefore, we can collect up to 7 million, 7 million, what you say? 7? Yeah. Therefore, for Palu, we can give the help for Provinsi Palu, daerah Palu, because we can give more than 5 million. And for Lombok, besides money, also we give also ambulan, we give ambulan car, for also for pandemic. We have, mashallah, we have given to, I think it has been explained through media massa and so on, that Muhammadiyah can give the help for society and community more than 153 million, yeah, I think. It doesn't matter for Muhammadiyah. It is very easy and very quickly collected. Because we know that as Muslim, one another must help one another. I think for Muhammadiyah, it is very easy. Thank you very much, Pak Mahfud.
Thank you very much, Prof. Suyono. Motherhood.
Is there any questions?
Me myself will ask Pak Abdul Hadi. It still exists, Pak Abdul Hadi. I want to the explanation of prayer with flying. Yeah? I don't know the meaning of prayer, but with flying. Sholat dengan terbang itu gimana? What does it mean? Ya? Pak Abdul Hadi still exists? If still exists, I want to ask for information and explanation from him. But if he is absent, it doesn't matter.
Hello, Prof.
Yes,
Prof. Abdul Hadi.
Praying.
Okay.
Typing. Typing, yes.
Yeah. I heard the prayer and flying. What do you mean with that?
Flyer terbang.
Yeah, you write at your the slide. Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah. Mistyping.
Oh, mistyping.
Just mistyping.
And what must us do ya? Yang seharusnya gimana, Pak? Yang seharusnya ditulis gimana? Sholat? Hah? Yang seharusnya gimana kalau salah ketik itu apa?
Ya. Jumat pray. Ya. Praise.
Oh, Jumat pray.
Salah ketik mistype.
Oh ya, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Yusuf Suyono. And then for the next speaker is Professor Dr. Mujiono, and the title is the environment conservation based on eco-motherhoodism. Yeah. The time is yours, Prof. Available. Okay, next speaker, Prof. Dr. Haji Suparman Syukur, and the title is the implementation of religious tolerance in Pondok Pesantren. Okay, time is yours.
Okay. The time is 10 to 10. Yes, 10 to 10. Then I must speak until 10 past 10. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I hope, yes, I hope the community to show my PowerPoint because I am like Pak Yusuf is gagap in showing the PowerPoint, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Siapkan, Pak.
And Prof. Aman, you can continue your speech.
Okay, thank you very much.
While the committee help you.
Yeah, okay. The title, my title is Pesantren as a Basis for Tolerance, Education, and Religious Acculturation. I don't speak point to the COVID-19, but I want to speak in education in Pesantren, tolerant education in Pesantren, and religious acculturation. I'm a pity because I don't read about the writing of the COVID-19, so that I'll begin from the pioneer of the Pesantren. the pioneer of the pesantren, we have to know, like what Mr. Abdul Hadi say, the definition of pesantren is prefix from the word P, from a syllable P, and santri ending in N. And pesantren, the influence of Wali Songo at 15th and 19th century, age 15th and 19th century. As like we know that Maulana Malik Ibrahim is the founder, the pioneer of spiritual father. He did at 14 and 19. We know that Maulana Malik Ibrahim, we say the wali, spiritual father at 14 and 19. And after then, the guardians of spiritual healing, the appearance, emergence of the religion of Java. The number three, the appearance, emergence of the religion of Java. We know that the material of pesantren in all ways consult with the syncretical and superficial with religion of Java, the religion of Java. So I don't speak about the data of pesantren. I don't speak about the data of pesantren, but I want to speak about the experience living in pesantren, daily experience living in pesantren, denoting to the tolerance and acculturation. We always know that students from pesantren, the student of pesantren, when they get up in the morning together, they take blossom together. They are going to the mosque together, and after finishing from the mosque, they take bath together. And after then, they take breakfast also together. Then the gathering of the activity of pesantren do not ask that the living in pesantren is so tolerant. This is the first we have to know that the pesantren or Islamic boarding school education is an original Indonesia since the colonial era. We have to know that pesantren or Islamic boarding school education is an original Indonesia since the colonial era. If we understand that pesantren is, if we understand that pesantren from the first is the pesantren from this is the original Indonesian since the colonial, from the colonial, so that at before. Yeah, the PowerPoint at before this. Yes, we have to know. I explain. The leaders of pesantren is the organization were close from all provinces in anywhere, and the students are always educated to care to the others. And the students are always ready whenever they are asked to help in the work in building construction. And we have to know then every pesantren, each other emphasizes togetherness and equality. Then the teacher, when teach the santri or the student, they emphasize, they say that each teacher emphasizes togetherness and equality. As like I say that that santri and the students, whenever, wherever, whatever, they take anything together with his father. Like they taking blossom, they okay to white other, not to they to accue entry. Whenever, wherever they to queue entry to take a blossom. Then the living in pesantren is always teach the santri to be tolerant to others. Moreover, that the pesantren is from Maulana Malik Ibrahim, and then you are to the PowerPoint, the next. Okay, the next. You have to know the means and model. Mosque and Pesantren a center of excellence both and complement each other. You know, then the teaching in the mosque, the student circle around, and the kiai in the central, and the kiai teach for everything to live in the Pesantren. Then every student must to respect to other, not to say ugly, to other, but every student must to respect to other. Then these activities is nothing to the tolerance living. And the second, mosque, kiai, and santri as a center of activity. Mosque, kiai, and santri as center of activity. Then the activity of Pesantren is made by ourselves in Pondok Pesantren is according to the surrounding like in village. Then the Japanese teaching is always taken for teaching to the every santri. Then Islam and Japanese life must be one in teaching to the santri, that the equality, then acculturation and tolerance is very, very nampak, is very, very rise in Pesantren. And the dynamics of life are peaceful because it's coexistent, peace side by side. We have to know peace side by side. Then living in Pesantren very dynamic, very dynamic. The living in Pesantren is peaceful. The life in Pesantren is tolerant. So I don't want to say that the graduate of Pesantren be a radical. It is not a maybe. It is not maybe, because in Pesantren we are touched by the peaceful coexistence, peace side by side. There is no teaching of radicalism. So the dakwah model is concretely realistic. The dakwah model is concretely realistic. The meaning is the teaching is concrete. What they see, what they hear, and what they know from surrounding like, according to the village, because Pesantren always in village. And the teaching of Pesantren is always dakwah model concretely realistic opo anani yang ada di pesantren itu dan sekitarnya. So that model of development from within, the graduate of Pesantren then is very close by the village living. Okay, the next. Yeah, okay, the next. Yeah, I continue. Existence and development, tolerance, and acculturation approach. Existence and development, tolerance, and acculturation approach. Through the concept of taklid. Of course, in every pesantren, the teaching of fikih are formed by the taklid and modeling. Sometimes taklid and sometimes model, sometimes by the fikr, sometimes taklid. Then the student of pesantren is always follow the speech of the kiai and always follow the speech of the teacher, and the teacher and kiai always teach them by the modeling of peace side by side. And the second, the process of preaching through the Muslim merchant traveling model. This is the process of preaching from para wali is through the Muslim merchant traveling model. Then from one place to other place, the student know that the teacher has many knowledge from the tradition of the every village or every country and so on and so forth. Students are invited to walk and recite the Al-Quran. Then beside they do like what say the Kiai, they also memorize and recite the Al-Quran. After the 17th century, it was supported by the royal power Sultan Agung. We know that Sultan Agung is the king of Java, so that the teaching of Pesantren always according to the traditional of Java is very close, so that the student of the Pesantren, the graduate of Pesantren, the tolerance of the every student of Pesantren and the acculturation approach in the teaching of Pesantren is very close, very close. There are everything by the tolerance. They say and they respect to the other thought, not to say wrong, but they say, yes, this is your opinion, and my opinion maybe is different. Like what I say like this. This is always in Pesantren. We will face like that. And subsequent developments by the influence of Hijaz, the influence of Hijaz, Sultan Agung received the title from Sarif Mecca as Sultan Abdullah Muhammad Maulana Matarami. He is from Mataram, Yogyakarta. And the next is Pesantren category. Like what Mr. Abdul Hadi say, that I said that Pesantren category is Salaf Islamic Boarding School. Salaf Islamic Boarding School, the curriculum of Salaf Islamic Boarding School very close by the traditional reading in every village. Salaf Islamic Boarding School, the teaching of Salaf Islamic Boarding School very close by the living of traditional village. And modern Islamic boarding school, we do in the morning until the evening at school by the curriculum what we find from the Kementerian Agama. There is the Arabic language, there is the mathematics, and there is the biology, and so on and so forth. So that the mix from Salaf Islamic boarding school and modern Islamic boarding school make the santri very complete. That the santri very complete. So that we know that some Pesantren alumni have become important people and become state people. We know that there are many alumni of Pesantren and some Pesantren alumni, many. There is student, there are graduated from alumni Pesantren have become important people and become state people. So that we have to syukur to Allah that in Indonesia the people and the state people there are come from the alumni of Pesantren. Then inshallah the living in Indonesia country mardiyah wa rabbun ghafur inshallah. And the third, Salaf Modern Islamic Boarding School. Salaf Modern Islamic Boarding School is what I say, the mix from the Salaf and Modern Islamic Boarding School be a model, the last Pesantren now. Then Salaf Modern Islamic Boarding School be a good model in the last era in Indonesia. So we have to syukur kepada to Allah Subhanahu wa taala because between Salaf and modern Islamic boarding school be one to teach the very santri in Pondok Pesantren. Okay, the next. Pesantren curriculum. What I say, they study about Tahasus Islamic boarding school like Al-Quran and Tasawuf Tariqah, maybe Qadariyah, Naqsabandiyah, Satariyah, and so forth and so on. So that the alumni Pesantren, of course, they are very close by the other. We are very close with the other, and they live as good as possible according to the surrounding like. After then, Islamic boarding school like fikih, tafsir, hadith, tauhid, falak, and nahu saraf. All of the materials these taught in the pesantren. But it is a pity we are in UINWS Songo, fikih only little, tafsir, the curriculum of tafsir is little, hadith is little, tauhid, falak, and so forth and so on. And we are in UINWS Songo, the student, some of students cannot speak in Arabic and English language. So this is our duty to teach them to capable in speaking English and Arabic, to understand fikih, tafsir, hadith, tauhid, falak, and nahu, and saraf, and so on. And village Islamic boarding school, in village Islamic boarding school, kitab fikih such as Fathul Qarib, Syafi'iyah, and ethics such as Bidayah al-Hidayah. Okay, the next yellow book. Yellow book material. Yellow book material is very, very important for to teach to be teach to the student, because there are al-Jurumiyah, Emriti, Asmani, Mutammimah, Nahu, Al-Wadih, and Alfiyah, Ibnu Malik, Syarah Ibnu Aqil. And Saraf Morphology, Kailai, Maksud, Binal Al-Amthilah At-Tasrifiyah. And Balaghah, Jauhar Al-Maknun, Uqudul Jumam, and Tajwid, Tuhfatul Ahfal, Hidayatul Sibyan, Sifaul Jannan. Mantik, Sulam, and Aidah Al-Mubaham. This is the material are important in pesantren to teach. The teacher must teach this material to every student. Then the student will be a good, will be capable, will be mahir in al-ulum ad-diniyah wal-ulum ad-dunyawiyah. Yes, the next. Fikih materials and the usul fiqh. We know that in al-fiqh we study in Pondok Pesantren, Fathul Qarib, Kifayatul Ahyar, Fathul Mu'in, Fathul Wahab, Bajuri, and so forth and so on. And we have to remember that we are in Pesantren taught by the Bidayatul Mujtahid and Madhahib al-Arba'ah. Then the student of Pesantren, is always receive from the other experience and the other thought, because the teaching of fikih close by the reading of Bidayatul Mujtahid. And Bidayatul Mujtahid, of course, the material of Bidayatul Mujtahid is giving allow to another to different ideas from us. So that this is very important. And we are now madhahibul arba'ah. Of course, every madhab is different from other, but we have to know that for madhahib is we use to be a good faqih, and then every student of pesantren know about the madhab itself. And the last, the proposal of al-fiqh al-marqat al-lata fil asin al-jawani al-luma as-sibyan wan nadhair al-bayan. The next, field of aqidah. The student of pesantren, of course, the aqidah is very strong. kuat, akidahnya mantap. Limada? Because they studied about Barahin, Sanusi, Dasuki, Sarqawi, Nuruddahla dalam Jawahir At-Tauhid, Fathul Majid, Jawahir Kalamiyah, Husnul Hamidiyah, and Aqidah Al-Islamiyah, Aqidah Al-Awam, Kifayat Al-Awam, and Mu'taqad Al-Khamsin. And we don't mention here about Nasaihul Ibad. Nasaihul Ibad is the good book to be studied by the every student to know the different ideas from the others. Okay, it's the last, I think. Yes, the after then. Yeah, this is the last. I think that for that I say. I don't give the material of data of pesantren, but I only told the experience, living experience, daily living experience at pesantren, that the graduated at pesantren, insya Allah be a tolerant, and they receive the acculturation, the teaching of acculturation with Islam and Japanese and so on and so on. Thank you very much. I apologize that I don't say, I apologize that what I said to you is very, very simple and very, 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 very low and very, very simple. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. And then this is the questions from Bapak Mahfud. What do you think about the exclusive pesantren Islam on tolerance with other different religion or to the West culture? Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Mr. Who's the asker? Mr. Mahfud. Nah, Mr.
Yes,
Mahfud. Of
Asker.
course, in pesantren, we are inclusive. Of course, inclusive. We are inclusive. And some pesantren are little, mungkin 1, 2, or 3. They are exclusive. Yes, I know. But like me, because I'm graduated of Gondor, of course, we are inclusive. We receive the others and the others thought, because we study always Bidayatul Mujtahid and Madahibul Arba'ah. Then we allow to other thought. It is maybe and come forward and ahlan wa sahlan. Not it is not like this. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Prof.
You are. Sukron katiran.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, next question from Bapak Mizan Syaroni. Pesantren that Mr. Suparman explained are pesantren in NU tradition, I think. But nowadays, many pesantren arise in Indonesia, not only in NU tradition. Please explain about tradition of pesantren that not salah.
Yeah. Of course, Mizan Sa'arani, thank you very much. That pesantren is not come only from the NU tradition or from Muhammad tradition, but in pesantren, I think there are mix between Muhammadiyah and NU and so forth and so on. The important one, the teaching of pesantren is according to Al-Quran and Sunnah, and what the ulama say to us to do the living activities. Then in pesantren, of course, we mix Al-Quran and Al-Hadith and Madahib, and not only from NU tradition and Muhammad tradition, but for all, inshallah, pesantren like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation, Prof. Suparman.
Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Then we go to the next speaker, Bapak Dr. Mahfud Junaidi.
Okay.
And then the title is The Survival of Indonesia Madrasah During the Time of Pandemic. Okay, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, I'll choose my screen. I'll share my screen first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Still working. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the committee, the moderator, Mbak Rahmi and Mbak Vina, and the honorable all audiences, especially the senior professor of Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo. I'll try to present my PowerPoint. The title is The Identity of Indonesian Madrasah During the COVID-19 Pandemic, a case of Madrasah Pesisir of Java. Okay. Okay. What is madrasah? I think the term madrasah is clear from Arabic. It's unnecessary for me to explain about it. Everyone understand well about the term of madrasah is from derived from Arabic word. I'll to explain. According to Jonathan Berkeley, according to him, madrasah in Hebrew language, the term madrasah is related to the word midrash or midrasha. The word madrasah derived from the Hebrew midrash or midrasa. I think it is the new information, I think, which is used to refer the an institution of focusing on Jewish tradition and in learning in Egypt in medieval century. The word midrash itself means learn book or place for study or the house for studying Torah. Studying Torah. It's according to Jonathan Berkeley. According to a well-known Islamic education historians, namely is Ahmad Salabi, that madrasah which is firstly established in Islamic world, is Madrasah Nizamiyah in Baghdad. It is the first madrasah in Muslim world according to Ahmad Salabi. It was established by Nizam al-Muluk, who was in charge of Wazir or the Minister of Education for the period of Sultan Arslan and Malik Shah, the era of Seljuk dynasty, aimed to teach Islamic knowledge, especially for Islam of Sunni or Sunni Islam, as the attempt to minimize the Shia teaching. And according to Judge Makdisi, that from historical viewpoint, the coming of madrasah as college of law cannot be isolated from the awakening of school of law in Islam. Cannot be separated from madhahib in Islamic law. It was because one of the motives of establishing madrasa was to study and teach certain madhab or school of law, and as an opposing way against other madhab which had already existed, according to Judge Makdisi. What about the God's opinion on madrasah, especially madrasah in Java? God stated that Nahdlatul Ulama school or NU school are called madrasah. It is Kurt's opinion. NU school are called madrasah, which means religious school. And Kurtz mentioned madrasah in Java as conservative school. Madrasah is a conservative school according to Kurtz. Now, madrasah in contemporary Indonesia. Right now, Indonesia, the word madrasah means sekolah or school in English. Madrasah is defined as the school with Islamic characteristic, mentioned as Islamic school. There are 4 levels of madrasah in Indonesia: Rodotul Atfal or Islamic kindergarten, Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Islamic elementary school, Madrasah Sanawiyah, Islamic junior high school, and Madrasah Aliyah, Islamic senior high school. Madrasah is basically the religious education institution. Excuse me, moderator, maybe you can mute Pak Prof. Suyono. Mike.
Hello.
Mute, please.
Hello,
Mute,
moderator.
please.
Yes.
I'm
Mute,
sorry,
please.
Prof. Yusuf. You can mute your mic, Prof. Suyono. Madrasah is basically the religious education institution, namely a place for 6 to 18 years students to learn religious studies, Islamic teaching, such as fiqh, Islamic law, tawhid, theology of the oneness of God, Islamic theology, Al-Quran and Al-Hadith, a proper tradition, akhlaq, Islamic moral of conduct, tarikh, the history of Islam, and Arabic language, as well as modern and secular sciences, such as mathematics, English, civic education, social and natural sciences, and also IT or computer. According to the statistic from Ministry of Religious Affairs, madrasah statistic in contemporary Indonesia, in 2014 till 2015, there are 76,551 madrasah, consists of Rodotul Atfal 27,875 Rodotul Atfal, 24,353 Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, 16,741 Madrasah Sanawiyah, and Madrasah Aliyah 7,582. And 95% madrasah are private under the community, and only 5.07% are public madrasah or under the government. This is a picture of old madrasah in Java. And madrasah in Kudus is the modern madrasah. And madrasah in Demak and madrasah in Lamongan is very popular madrasah. Because I talk about the madrasah pesisiran, so it is necessary for me to explain what is pesisiran. Pesisiran or pesisir is religion located along the northern coastal area of Java with characterized culture. Pesisiran or pesisiran understood as cultural area, not geographically area, but the cultural area, which is different from pedalaman or southern coastal area of Java and mountainous area. Pesisiran consists of several regions, namely Cirebon, Brebes, Tegal, Pemalang, Pekalongan, Kendal, Semarang, Demak, Kudus, Jepara, Pati, Rembang, Tuban, Gresik, Lamongan, and Surabaya. So, not coastal area, or in bahasa pantai utara Jawa. About the society of pesisiran, the society of the north coastal area of Java have different characteristics from the one living in the country, in pedalaman, or in south coastal area of Java, such as in the obedient to have in Islamic law, who are egalitarian, open, and straightforward. Such a culture and personalities are influenced by three significant factors, such as nature, occupation, and life orientation, and religious understanding. In religious life, all Muslims are traditional or conservative of Sunni school or Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah. It is the cultural map of Java. Yeah, it's a map of Java. So, Madrasah Pesisiran. Madrasah Pesisir is the product of culture and become an integral part of community in the north coastal area of Java. Stephen K. Sanderson stated that education is the universal thing of culture in which the specific character is different from one society and another. This is the figure of macrocosmic approach of schooling system. The interaction between the madrasah and society, madrasah and a culture. This is the explanation. Madrasah Pesisir is an integral part of the biggest system, namely society and culture. The education system of Madrasah Pesisir constitutes the integral part of culture system, social, political, and economic as a whole. Madrasah Pesisir and society influence each other and have mutual influence and interconnected. So, the identity of Madrasah Pesisir. Identity, I mean, is an essential and fixed entity constructed by primordial power. Identity are produced, consumed, and regulated with culture, creating meaning through symbolic system of representation about identity position, and according to Catherine Woodward. So, identity doesn't actualize by itself. Identity, it is produced by cultural process in community. So, culture shapes identity. Identity shaped by culture. Okay. There are 5 identities of madrasah. The first one is the ideological identity. Madrasah Pesisir are based on Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah or Aswaja, the ideological identity. This means that the majority of Madrasah Pesisir has a mission to develop tradition and values of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah as a great tradition with Santri tradition as a little tradition. Aswaja values for madrasah in Pesisiran Jawa, in pesisir of North Coastal area, are a set of beliefs that serve as a basis for action and as necessary for an individual to live in relation to structure. The values are socialized. The values of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah as the ideology of madrasah are socialized, implanted to students through an educational process both in formal of a formal curriculum and an informal curriculum referred to as a hidden curriculum. The formal curriculum is in field of the Islamic studies like Quran, Hadith, Fiqh, Aqidah, Akhlaq, history of Islamic culture. Whereas informal curriculum or hidden curriculum can be tradition, action model, or noble values that affect madrasah student in the pesisir of Java. And the second identity is the social capital identity. Madrasah pesisir is based on trust and society participation. Besides madrasah and society in the north coastal area of Java need each other. The social capital identity. This means that madrasah pesisir depend highly in social capital of the society. The social capital identity, the core of social capital identity is trust. Trust is a desire to take risks in social relationship. High trust society will increase participation and acceptance to build together. Likewise, on the context or the collapse of trust, low trust society will threaten the spirit of collectivity, so that members of the community are just apathetic.
Okay, 5 minutes more, sir.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 5 minutes more. Thank you.
To create and contribute ideas, and let alone sacrifice, but instead develop suspicion and seek ugliness. This trust, according to Fukuyama, is the function like a lubricant to make madrasah organization work well. And the sub-identity is the Kiai-based identity. Madrasah pesisiran or madrasah pesisir is an education institution in which existence is supported by Kiai, because the existence of madrasah is generally driven by Kiai. Kiai is the central figure in social structure in the north coastal area of Java. He is not only a figure of a good example, religious leader in religious life, but also as an education figure, namely as a figure of madrasah owner, so that the sustainability of madrasah is determined by Kiai support. Kiai can effectively drive the community to maintain developed madrasah pesisir. Kiai is a clerical title from a traditional Islamic group, not only seen as a religious leader, but also a community leader. Kiai play a creative role in social change, not because the Kiai tried to muffle the changes that occurred, but precisely because Kiai is a pioneer social change in its own way. Kiai usually offers a change agenda that he considers appropriate to the need of community he leads. And the next identity is the populist identity. Madrasah pesisiran constitute populist education, the populist identity. This means that madrasah pesisir is an education institution for all, especially the ordinary society, namely a group of fairly pure people. The fact that madrasah get more student input from poor families, this is not a disgrace or stigma that harms madrasah, but it is pride of madrasah, because this is the main goal of the establishment of madrasah in pesisir areas. Madrasah pesisir have accommodated poor and disadvantaged students, students from lower social class, to study without any condition. The identity of madrasah pesisir are related to each other, and ideology identity in madrasah pesisir as an inherited institution of Sunni Islam became main character to be the basis and influence other characters. The identities are constructed by the environment and culture, namely the culture and Islam in Java of pesisir. The identities make the existence of madrasah pesisir is different from other education institutions in Java. The identities are an internal strength, power owned by madrasah pesisir, so that it survives and is developed by the society in globalization era. This is the power of survival of madrasah in pandemic era. A madrasah with 5 characters or with the 5 identity, I mean the 4 identities, has special energy, in pandemic era right now. Thank you very much for moderator and for the audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak. And then this is the questions from Bapak Fatah Syukur. It is very interesting to talk about madrasah. Madrasah have grown better, especially in the coastal areas. But there are still many madrasah that are stagnant. Why so? Please explain to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Fatah Syukur on your question. It is a very, very good question. Some madrasah, it is the case, but not all madrasah are stagnant. But the majority madrasah is very dynamic, very dynamic. The stagnant in madrasah or the because there are some conflict, because the conflict in the madrasah make the madrasah stagnant, no progress in the quality of madrasah. According to me, like it, based on my research, there are some madrasah, but not many madrasah. Just a few madrasah conflict among the organizers, among the foundations, the yayasan. So it is the first factor that make madrasah stagnant or no progress. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And then still one question: how madrasah can survive during the time of COVID-19 pandemic? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very good question too.
This is the question from me, sir.
Oh, yeah. Madrasah has the four identities. One of the identities is a social capital, you know, social capital identity. Madrasah has a high trust in its society. So it is the main capital for madrasah to be survive in a pandemic era right now. Trust, social capital, Thank you.
Yes, trust and social capital. Okay, thank you very much for the explanation, Bapak Dr. Mahfud. And then we go to the next speaker. Yeah, Prof. Hamdan. Bukan. Bapak Hamdan Hussein Batubara. MPD, no. Okay. Next, Bapak Saiful Bahri. And the title?
Readiness. Next one is the team from Bululu, Pak Heri, Pak Saiful, dan Pak Iqlil, with the title Readiness Assessment for E-Learning Platform Support during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in this presentation. We team R is Bu Lulu Khairinisa and myself, Syaful Bahri, Heri Mustafa, and Muhammad Iqlil Mustafa. Thank you for join in this presentation, and thank you for VSC or Virtual Information International Conference in UINWS. We will present about readiness assessment for a learning platform support during the COVID-19 pandemic. We will explain about background why the coronavirus disease pandemic or COVID-19 has forced learning in higher education into distance education. I will in bahasa. Jadi akibat pandemic virus ini memaksa kita untuk menggunakan distance learning atau jarak jauh, pembelajaran jarak jauh. And then lecturer are not yet used to using digital platform as a learning medium. I will in bahasa. Jadi memang banyak media untuk pembelajaran seperti Google Classroom, Edmodo, and any other. Dan in UIN Wali Songo we have a portal in URL elearning.walisongo.ac.id, and we will to assessment or evaluate how readiness in pandemic situation. Okay, and objective to measure the readiness of e-learning UIN Wali Songo to be used as a distance learning platform during the pandemic. Jadi in bahasa kita untuk menguji kesiapan bagaimana e-learning Wali Songo ini digunakan sebagai layanan atau platform untuk pembelajaran di masa pandemi. Okay, next, how to method measurement to be assessment in this model. We use Mutula and Brucker model. We have parameter and criteria. And first, information readiness. And second, institutional readiness or enterprise readiness or university readiness. Third, readiness of human resources or human readiness. Four, infrastructure readiness or ICT readiness. And last, readiness of the external environment. In bahasa, jadi memang menggunakan Mutula and Brucker ini sudah sudah diuji coba, dilakukan penelitian oleh Mutula dan Brucker ini di UKM. Jadi ini adalah adopsi dari Mutula dan Brucker yang digunakan untuk bagaimana kita mengasesmen di kesiapan e-learning di UIN Wali Songo menggunakan model ini. Oke, next. Jadi and Mutula and Brucker model, we have many parameter related any other. Enterprise and ICT readiness. ICT readiness related with information readiness. Information readiness related with external environment readiness. External environment readiness related in human resources readiness. And you can see in the present how to 5 parameter or measurement in related any other. So, how adaptation Mutula and Brucker model on e-learning UIN Wali Songo. We will see with parameter enterprise or university readiness. Jadi kita in bahasa untuk melihat sebagaimana kesiapan dalam dalam aspek kesiapan university atau enterprise, level enterprise. One, number of employee with 4 points. We have index 1 until 4, 1 to 4, with 1 is totally disagree, 2 disagree, 3 agree, 4 strongly agree. And second, ICT enterprise core business with 4 points, e-readiness strategy with 3 points, potential for exporting ICT services and product, compliant with quality ICT international standard, information value perception of productivity and profitability, presence of information management posts as part of organization structure, level of information management posts, and then responsibility and function of senior information management posts, existence of separate information management unit, and then ICT and information strategy policy, and then information security and disaster recovery plan, and then information or ICT strategy revision plan, and many other. I will in bahasa. Jadi menggunakan parameter kesiapan university kita bisa melihat dari beberapa aspek, diantaranya adalah kesiapan bagaimana core business enterprise dalam sebuah ICT, terus seberapa besar jumlah pekerja atau pegawai atau dosen yang terlibat, bagaimana kesiapan tentang layanan dan produk yang ada di university tersebut, terus bagaimana persepsi dari usability dari sebuah layanan yang disediakan, many other, and we will next criteria. We will see about human resources readiness. First, ability to determine on information needs, and then ability to evaluate information and its resources, and then ability to organize information, and then ability to manage and maintain information, and then ability to access and analyze and use information, and then frequency of success identifying and retrieving information, staff understanding of benefit of well-organized and managed information, and then staff success rate in searching and retrieving, and then staff level awareness toward ICT, and then diversity of staff ICT education and qualification and skill, and then information management skill availability in the enterprise, and then availability of sort of ICT skill, and then technical support adequacy, and then attitude toward use of ICT-based staff for business transaction usage of ICT. We can see how much point in that parameter. I will explain in bahasa. Jadi kita lihat bagaimana kesiapan sumber daya manusia yang ada dalam sebuah organisasi tersebut atau di UIN-nya sendiri, diantaranya adalah bagaimana kemampuan untuk menentukan informasi yang diperlukan, terus bagaimana mengujinya, dan bagaimana maintain atau mengorganisasi, dan kita juga bisa melihat bagaimana kualifikasi dan skill yang dimiliki oleh para ICT staff-nya, dan bagaimana attitude toward atau attitude dari staff yang ada dalam enterprise atau di university tersebut. We will next in presentation. We can say about information readiness. First, information need definition. Second, access to information thought electronic information mean, and then easy to access to information, and then mechanism to collect, store, and retrieve, and then standard format for information organization storage and retrieval, and then adequate of information retrieval tool, and then ability for to generate local content, and then diversity of information system use, and then free and rapid flow of information within the enterprise, and many more. You can read directly in the PowerPoint. Just we will explain in bahasa. Jadi dengan menggunakan dengan kita melihat kesiapan para materi informasi ini, kita juga bisa dapat melihat bagaimana pertama informasi yang diperlukan, yang kedua akses informasi yang akses informasi secara elektronik yang diinginkan oleh user, terus bagaimana akses informasi itu digunakan, apakah mudah ataukah sulit, terus bagaimana mekanismenya, apakah cara pengambilannya itu bagaimana, terus cara mengisinya bagaimana, dan cara menampilkannya bagaimana, dan bagaimana standar format yang disediakan oleh organisasi, apakah format yang disediakan itu ditempatkan di storage atau di di cloud, terus bagaimana informasi tersebut ditampilkan, dan banyak sekali. Kalau we can see index minimal point is 2 and max point 4, with average point is 3.22, and then we can see how ICT readiness in e-learning platform e-learning Unwali Songo. First, pervasiveness of ICT in the enterprise, and then access to on computer or sharing, and then internet of connectivity, and then access to internet and the World Wide Web of by staff, and then use to which internet is put in the enterprise, and then high bandwidth availability for accessing the network, and then quality of connectivity to the network, and then website availability of business promotion, and then many more. I will in bahasa. Jadi ini kita melihat dari kesiapan ICT-nya, bagaimana akses untuk digunakan dalam komputer atau misalkan dalam komputer sharing atau sharing komputer, atau misalkan wifi gitu, atau lokal komputer. Terus bagaimana kita melihat internet konektivitas, terus bagaimana akses ke World Wide Web atau akses ke internetnya, terus bagaimana kita menggunakan internet di level enterprise atau level university, terus bagaimana penggunaan atau berapa banyak bandwidth yang digunakan atau berapa banyak bandwidth yang tersedia untuk diakses di network tersebut. Terus juga kita bisa melihat bagaimana kualitas keterhubungan antar network. Dan selanjutnya bagaimana website tersebut digunakan sebagai media promosi dalam level enterprise atau university. We can see average in ICT readiness 3.23. And next, this external environment readiness. We have another parameter. First, enabling legislative and regulative framework, and then quality of telecom services, including adequate bandwidth, ICT affordability from the service provider, freedom of information.
Maybe in Bahasa, sir.
Quality.
It's better in Bahasa.
Oke, I will in Bahasa. So, jadi kita melihat bagaimana kesiapan dalam dalam kesiapan secara external environment. Jadi bagaimana tentang kualitas layanan telekom atau layanan provider yang mensupport secara eksternal kepada university tersebut. Terus bagaimana legal and regulative framework. Jadi bagaimana dari level pemerintah atau level pemegang kebijakan bagaimana mendukung dalam pendidikan tersebut. Karena pandemi tersebut apakah dari level nasional atau misalkan kawasan Jawa Tengah atau perkotaan misalkan Kota Semarang apakah mendukung untuk untuk pembelajaran jarak jauh tersebut dan many other ya. Kalau kita lihat average is 3.18. Okay, this evaluation of learning, we can see indicator with strongly agree, disagree, and totally disagree. Indicator with complete filter, never interruption of random error, next design, easy to use, easy to learn, save data packet, battery saving, and many other. I will in Bahasa. Jadi ini ada parameter tersebut digunakan sebagai evaluasi dari sangat tidak setuju sampai setuju. Jadi kita melihat bagaimana kemudahan dalam menggunakan, kemudahan dalam pembelajaran, terus bagaimana desain yang disediakan apakah menarik atau enggak menarik. Terus apakah e-learning tersebut menghemat baterai atau malah memboroskan baterai. Terus bagaimana layanan support dari PTIPD misalkan kalau di UIN kan di PTIPD. Terus bagaimana website tersebut apakah available untuk mobile atau web version. Gitu. And this is last presentation learning readiness. If we can see average for enterprise readiness, human resources readiness, information readiness, ICT readiness, and external informal readiness is 3 point. We can say conclusion for readiness e-learning in Walisona enough ready to use in UIN Walisongo. Maybe this is my presentation. I think enough. Thank you. And if any question, please. Thank you and goodbye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak. And then we have one question from Bapak Fatah Syukur. E-learning is a great breakthrough in learning at UIN Walisongo. However, lecturers' readiness is not all the same. There are two competencies that must be prepared. Of course, materials and IT. Because not all lecturers are IT ready, therefore ICT assistance is needed. So how to overcome this problem? Thank you.
I will in Bahasa. Mungkin memang kesiapan antara dosen dan dengan teknologi yang berkembang sangat cepat sekali. Jadi yang dibutuhkan adalah persiapan seperti mungkin training yang lebih intens atau mungkin ya training atau workshop atau lokakarya dan sebagainya. Mungkin itu sih.
Ya, jadi para dosen perlu perlu diberikan training lanjutan untuk penggunaan e-learning, begitu ya Bapak ya?
Yeah, agree.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there any questions? If there is no questions anymore, next we go to the next presenters, which is Ibu Atika. Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Today, thank you for the opportunity. Me with my friends will present our research entitled New Model of Entrepreneur Creation from Professional Worker. The introduction of our research is the need to increase entrepreneurial activity to strengthen the country economy and avoid the effect of the world economic crisis like what we face today in the pandemic COVID-19 era. And then entrepreneurship in Indonesia is not yet optimal because the people who involved in entrepreneurial activity is from a layman person. There is still a few professional workers who penetrate the business world. We feel the need for entrepreneurship learning by imitating successful entrepreneurial figures who were previously professional workers. So professional workers become entrepreneur. The purpose of this research is to analyze the effect of individual factor, professional skill, and market factor to entrepreneurship intention, and then analyze the effect of organizational factor to professional skill, analyze the effect of entrepreneurship intention to entrepreneurship behavior, and the last is analyze the effect of entrepreneurship intention to entrepreneurship behavior with entrepreneurship instrument as a moderating variable. We have approaches in this research. The first is behavioral. We use theory of planned behavior. And the second is organizational approaches. We use social learning theory. Okay, first, theory of planned behavior. Entrepreneurship intention and behavior consists of three components. They are attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control. These three components will affect entrepreneurial intention, which then have an effect on entrepreneurial behavior. And the second, we use social learning theory. This is a triadic reciprocity among three components: environment, individual, and behavior that affect each other.
Oh, itu
We
udah
also
sih, udah feedback itu ya.
We also add a signal theory because it is very important for a professional worker to pay attention to the time dimension when they need to resign from their job. The scheme of the signal theory is first input employee, and then they have a learning process working, and then output entrepreneurship, and the outcome is become an entrepreneur. So in this research, we use three theory synthesis, organizational theory, entrepreneurship theory, and signal theory. This is our research model. Individual factors, market factors, and organizational factors that is obtained from working experience as a professional workers will influence entrepreneurial intentions and will ultimately determine the entrepreneurial behavior. This is our research method. We use 108 professional entrepreneur as a sample, and then we use a primary data source from a questionnaire, and our sampling technique is purposive snowball. And we have a sample criteria, minimum 1 year hold the business. And then previously they having a professional background, minimum 3 years, and also willing to participate in this research. We use the descriptive analysis and structural SAM analysis, and also PET analysis. And for the result and discussion will be conveyed by my colleagues, Mrs. Fania.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Atika, for the opportunity. Now I will continue to deliver my presentation about the result. There are many facts of the result. The first time when we collect the data, there are many parts in our questionnaire. The first time is responding data, then about this organizational signaling dimension, and the third about the effect of the perception of each relationship that about the model we have built. For the first time, there are many part of intention. It means that there is ENT0 means that before the respondent join to the organization, they have intention before they join. And ENT1 means that when the respondent have joined to the organization, they have motivate through himself, through the individual factor. So it means that the red line means the individual who has an intention before they join to the organization. The green line means the individual who has no intention when they join to organization to be entrepreneur before. And the green line means all the data. There are many step intention until the 7th step. The first intention before they join to the organization. The second intention when they inspire to the organizational managerial role. After the respondent realized that how amazing the managerial role to the organization, so the respondent feel that I want to be entrepreneur after I look at my manager. So some of them realize that in the second year when after they join, and then the third intention when they feel and when they get when they got the training, the education from the organization, they have a stronger intention to be entrepreneur. The ENT4 they realized after they get experience. Until the final one is ENT7. It means that they resign to the organization, mostly in the eighth year. In the 8th year, after they work in the organization in the 8th year. So, and then another result of the perception of each relationship, it means there are significance relationship between all the relationship, between individual factor to intention, between organizational to professional skill, between professional skill to intention, and between market factor to the intention, and a final between entrepreneurship intention to behavioral to be entrepreneur. But in interaction model, there is interaction from entrepreneurship instrument that is insignificant because it's showed by the t-table that less than 1.96. So just one, the hypothesis rejected, failed to moderate. And the indirect effect of professional skill is accepted, is significant. It means that professional skill is succeed to mediate the relationship between organizational learning to intention. So skill is very important before we begin the our plan to be entrepreneur. Okay, now I would like to explain why the hypothesis, the fourth hypothesis, point B, is rejected. The professional skill, no need to have equity access, no need to have many instrument like a network, like information availability, because they can build their network themselves. They can create, they can track and trace the information availability easily because they have skill. When professional workers have already have instrument readiness for to be entrepreneur, they have stagnant intention. Otherwise, when the professional worker have a low interpretation and instrument to be entrepreneur readiness, they still have a strong intention to be entrepreneur because they already have the skill inside them. So we can conclude that how important to have a learning, to how important education that we get, especially if we have an orientation to be entrepreneur in the future. So there are many ways, many procedure, many steps to get the learning. Even we get the learning from organization, we get learning from the university. Maybe there is an entrepreneurial incubator there. So that is very beneficial for our life. I think this is enough for me. Thank you very much if I got many mistakes in our speech. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Atika and Ibu Fania.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It seems that we don't have any question from the chat box. Mungkin ada dari participants di sini yang ingin menanyakan tentang entrepreneurship. Ya, sangat menarik ya. Like people just realize that they want to become an entrepreneur after they meet successful entrepreneur. Maybe it's the same concept like MLM. Is it?
I don't think so. MLM is just a freelance. I mean, I think our research looks like we should have enough educated in order to. We cannot be a layman person. A layman person mean in competitive person. We will lose in our with our competitor if we have skill well.
Okay, that's cool. It means that many people who wants to try to become an entrepreneur, they will go all the way to learn the skill first before they start the business, right?
They should ensure that they have skill readiness, not instrument readiness, but skill readiness.
Okay, I'll note that. So if I want to be entrepreneur, I will learn first
Okay.
the skill. Thank you very much, Bu Atika and Bu Fania. So I think that's the end of the morning sessions, because after this we will have Jumatan praying. It's what is it? It's a very full of knowledge morning sessions. We talk about many ways of learning in the pandemic era, in the pesantren, outside of pesantren, in different type of schools. I learned a lot, especially because like it is not my field, so I learned a lot. Thank you very much for Prof. Fatah, for Prof. Hedi, Prof. Suyono, and then Prof. Suparman too. Thank you very much for Dr. Mahfud Junaidi. Thank you for Pak Saiful Bahri and team, and Bu Atika and Bu Fania.
Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much.
much. Yeah. I'm really sorry for so many
You're
problems
welcome,
with
Mrs.
the line.
Finan.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you
very
very
sorry
much for
yeah.
your kind, for your patience.
No, I'm sorry. I should be ready, but like.
Okay,
so
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Happy Jumat prayer, everyone.
Amin.
Yes.
Okay.
Please, yeah, please be safe, be healthy. I hope we can pass this pandemic.
Amin.
Yeah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, we will back again after Jumatan.
Okay, thank
Thank you.
Sekarang lagi ya.
Coba tarik sambal kacang.
Tes. Tes speaker and microphone.
Do you hear Arif? Speak and pause. Do you hear Arif?
Yes. Okay.
Wes toh?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Bumer sudah siap sepertinya. Kembali lagi. We are now in the second sessions for the morning panel sessions. And for this, we have the last three speakers. We have Bumer, and then Bu Elis, and the last one is Pak Mujiono. Okay, so let's start with Bumer. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you for the moderator. I'm gonna to share my screen, my PPT. Oh. Oh. Basic. It's Mbak Vina, halo.
Hey, Bu. Yeah.
Have you my PowerPoint? Please share.
Oh, your PowerPoint. Let me try to find one.
Bu Rahmi has my PowerPoint.
Oh yeah, I have it.
Okay, yeah. My voice is clear enough, Mbak Vina?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
Perfectly. Okay, let me share the screen.
Ya. Thank you, Mbak Vina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, la haula wa la quwata illa billah, amma ba'd. I'm going to present my study, my research findings concerning with social and emotional learning. This study was conducted last semester at my class, I mean my non-English department class, PGME of Tarbiyah Faculty. Yeah. Under the title Integrating Digital Storytelling and Self-Assessment in Social Emotional Learning for EFL Virtual Classroom. Yeah. With so much uncertainty in the world right now, but the show must go on, I think. Researching, studying, and learning also must go on. So conducted the research, yeah, concerning with the digital storytelling. Yeah. Coming to the next, Mbak Vina, my slide. Yeah. Background of the study. Yeah, most students have not yet developed the capacity, strategies or tools to handle these outside stressors and emotions, which can make it much more difficult to focus and retain information in school. Integrating SEL practices can promote positive mental health in the classroom, can strengthen resilience in students, and therefore improve academic outcomes. Actually, social and emotional learning is derived from Bloom taxonomy, namely the three domains of learning: affective domain. Yeah. In affective domain, it is about attitude and feeling. And then the next slide, Mbak Vina, come on. Yeah, this is social and emotional learning. Yeah, it's the process through children and adults understanding and manage emotions, sets and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationship, and make responsible decisions. Yeah, I use digital storytelling, yeah, in my English class, namely English 2, yeah, to my students of PGME in the third semester. Yeah. What about digital storytelling? Digital storytelling, it uses multimedia tools to bring narrative to life. Digital stories can be used to explain a concept, to reflect on a personal experience, to retell a history event, or to make an argument. Digital stories are typically videos that combine audio, images, and video clips to tell a story. Yeah. The purpose of my study is to explain the implementation of integrating digital storytelling and self-assessment in social emotional learning, or SEL, yeah, for EFL virtual classroom. Yeah, this is online learning. Yeah. Now theoretical review. Yeah, what about social and emotional learning? Yeah. The 5 key social and emotional competencies for students to develop. First, self-awareness. Yeah, self-awareness, yeah, concerning with accurately recognizing one's emotions and thoughts and their influence on behavior. Yeah, and then second, self-management, regulating thoughts, emotions, and behaviors in different situations and being able to set and achieve personal and academic goals. And then third, social awareness. Yeah, social awareness, yeah, concerning with taking the perspective of and empathizing with others from diverse backgrounds. And then 4, relationship skills, establishing and maintaining constructive relationship with diverse individuals and group. And then the last keys of social and emotional learning is responsible decision making. Yeah, namely making ethical and respectful choices about personal behavior and social interactions. Yeah. In the time where dedicated self-reflection students can carry their heightened self-understanding into future endeavors and flourish as learner, citizen, and human being. Yeah. This is the diagram of systemic social emotional learning. Yeah. This is the diagram, yeah, about the 5 keys of social and emotional learning. Yeah, this one: self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. As we know, in distance learning, yeah, so self-directed learning is a must. Yeah, it's a must. They should, yeah, our students should responsible to their learning process. Yeah, independent learning, I think. Yeah, yeah, and then I use in digital storytelling. I use The Legend of Crying Stone. Yeah, this is folklore from West Kalimantan. Same, yeah, similar, I think similar with Malin Kundang, yeah, from West Sumatra, but this is from West Kalimantan. If Malin Kundang, the main character is a man, yeah, but in the Crying Stone, the main character is a woman, yeah. That's the difference, yeah, between Crying Stone and Malin Kundang, yeah, yeah. Why I use folklore? Yeah, because I'm going to promote our our traditional, our local wisdom, yeah, to the students. So the students not only read and understand about Cinderella or Snow White or and so on, but they should understand with their local wisdom, yeah, like Ande Lumut, yeah, like Cindelara, something like that. Yeah, research design. The research design, yeah, the study employed descriptive qualitative research method, and the subject of the research were the 3rd semester of PGME department students of UIN Wali Songo. Yeah, it was conducted, yeah, last semester, yeah, during I taught in English of non-English department students, yeah. Digital storytelling use the Crying Stone, yeah. The title of the story is Crying Stone. This is narrative, yeah. And then self-assessment rubric, I use a self-assessment rubric from CASEL, yeah. CASEL, abbreviation from Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, yeah. This is Daniel Goleman, as an internationally known psychologist and science journalist, and also the authors of the 1995, the bestseller of Emotional Intelligence. Yeah, I think if this is a very familiar book, and also well-known theory. Yeah. From Daniel Goleman. He was also one of the co-founders of CASEL. Yeah, CASEL means the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. Yeah, And then data collection technique, yeah. I use observation and interview, yeah, automatically in online, yeah, online interview, also using Google Form, yeah. And then technique of data analysis, use coding, data reduction, data display, and drawing conclusions based on Miles and Haberman. Miles and Haberman, yeah. And then the research finding, yeah. The research finding, cell is a broad term referring to how students regulate their emotions, communicate with others, use compassion and empathy to understand the needs of other people, build relationship, and make good decisions. Yeah, group activities will benefit of the implementation of cell. Yeah, social and emotional learning. In the study, digital storytelling is the activity in group work. Yeah, this one, yeah, I use rubric for self-assessment. Yeah, namely about the questions about my choice moving toward my goals. Yeah, this is the options. Yeah, attempting, beginning, strong effort, meeting self expectations. Yeah, and so on and so on. Yeah, the research finding. Yeah, attempting or beginning. Yeah, I mean the students still in progress, yeah, about their increasing of good behavior, good future expectations. Yeah, still in level beginning. Yeah, they still in level beginning. Yeah, and then the conclusions. Yeah. The conclusions in EFL classroom, social and emotional learning, yeah, can be implemented using digital storytelling, yeah, and self-assessment rubric, yeah. And then digital storytelling has the potential to engage learners in integrated approaches to learning with digital media, yeah. Furthermore, digital storytelling enhances learners' motivation and helps teachers in building constructivist learning environment. Yeah, because yeah, the several ways to integrate social emotional learning. Yeah, for example, using reading aloud, yeah, and then doing daily greetings. Yeah, I also encourage positive self-talk. Yeah, and then using journal writing, guiding responsibilities. Yeah, building communicative with teamwork. Yeah, this one about the several ways if we will to integrate social and emotional learning in our classroom. Yeah. And then the recommendations, yeah, the recommendation about the research, yeah. I think there are 9 reasons, yeah, the students need social and emotional learning program, yeah. Now more than ever. Yeah. First, social emotional learning can help students cope with COVID-19 related changes. Yeah, I mean the situation, yeah, the pandemic era make our students stressful. Yeah, make our students stressful. Yeah. Frankly speaking, yeah, the situation like this, yeah, so we can employ social emotional learning in our classroom I think it makes our classroom will be meaningful, joyful, I think. Yeah. And then social emotional learning reduces behavior problems. Yeah. It means that social emotional learning, because this is for something about affective educations, yeah. So I think can reduce behavioral problems, yeah. And then social and emotional learning promote academic success, yeah. As we know, someone's success not only based on the hard skill, yeah, but based on soft skill also, yeah. And based on the research, 90% of someone's success not only based on hard skill, yeah. Remember that, but based on their soft skills, yeah. Soft skill mean affective, yeah, concerning with attitude, motivation, self-concept, personal values, yeah, and then yeah, interest, yeah, and then social and emotional learning helps students manage stress. Yeah, that's why we as a teacher, yeah, should use social and emotional learning, yeah, during the learning and teaching process. Yeah, because the cell, yeah, helps students manage stress. Yeah, many students, I think, yeah, get stressful right now, yeah. And then social and emotional learning develops positive habits for future success. Yeah. And then also social and emotional learning may contribute to a narrowing of achievement gaps. Yeah. And then 7. SEL, yeah, or social emotional learning offers great return on investment. Yeah, also social and emotional learning needs to be structured to be effective. Yeah, SEL, yeah, or social emotional learning. That's why, yeah, I recommend to social and emotional learning curricula can be hard to develop in-house, yeah, in-house. This is, I think this is the end of my presentations, yeah. I need your response, your questions, yeah, maybe suggestion, yeah, to my study. Thank you everyone for watching my presentations. The last I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bu Mer. Oke, di sini saya membuka sesi pertanyaan. Apakah ada pertanyaan? It's about digital storytelling. I think digital storytelling is very interesting as students nowadays, they prefer going digital instead go for like a textbook or a more conventional way. That's why I feel I really like the way you choose digital storytelling as the technique for teaching.
That's right, Mbak Vina. Yeah, that's right, Mbak Vina. Because narrative text, yeah, something interesting, yeah, to our students, to make encouragement for them to read, yeah, to read a passage in English. That's important for our students, yeah. I mean for non-English department, yeah. For English department it's okay, yeah. Every day, yeah, they always read English passage, yeah. But for non-English department students, yeah, we should encourage them to read, yeah, to read in easy reading, easy reading but interesting, so I promote our local wisdom concerning with the traditional story, something narrative text, narrative text. This
Is
one.
it difficult? Sorry, is it difficult to find the narrative for Indonesian folklore? Because sometimes when I read it, sometimes I don't find some languages like, okay, it's kind of like coming so, what is it? Not sound so English. Is it difficult for you to find a text that's appropriate and can help the learners to learn English?
Yeah. Not at all, Mbak Vina. Not at all, because many narrative texts, in every part of our country, every region of our country has interesting legend, like Cindelaras, and then Ande-Ande Lumut, Bawang Merah, Bawang Putih. We should promote the traditional folklore, something like that. So our students not only read Frozen and then Snow White, Harry Potter, but we should know, we should understand with the local wisdom, in traditional literature, traditional literature, we are rich of traditional literature, something like that, Mbak Vina.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. There's a comment from Pak Mizan, Mr. Mizan, that narrative text indeed is a little bit difficult for non-English department. So easy text is better, and folklore, like close to the students, I feel like it's very awesome. It's very inspiring.
Mbak Vina, the last statement, I mean, not only as a local wisdom, we should understand the folklore, but the moral value of the narrative text, the moral value, because every narrative text has moral value. This is the important, and we can relate to the social and emotional learning, how we respect. How we respect to others, and then how we love each other, something like that, Mbak Bina. The moral value of the narrative text, is very important.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
for your response.
Thank you. It's such a good way to you not only teach the knowledge but also the heart. Awesome. Thank you very much, Bu Mariam.
Okay.
I hope everyone can learn with this. Yeah, thank you very much. See you.
Bye.
Okay, next in the list we already have Dr. Hajah Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth M. Hum. Hello, Bu Elis. Assalamualaikum. Halo, Bu. Sepertinya masih di mute, Bu. Oh, wait. Kok saya belum bisa kedengeran suaranya, Bu? Maaf. Maaf, Bu, saya belum kedengeran suaranya. Bisa di... Wait. Maaf, Bu, masih belum kedengeran suaranya. Ya, mungkin pakai headset ya. Mohon maaf. Masih belum.
No voice, Bu Elis?
Yes, Bu Elis. Mungkin.
No voice.
Coba di
mic, Bu Elis, mic.
I mute lagi, Bu. Bu Elis sudah nggak mute. Dicoba di mute, di unmute lagi. Saya coba mute, nanti di unmute lagi ya Bu ya. Ya, coba. Atau bisa coba cek audionya Bu. Suaranya. Suaranya belum kedengeran Bu, mohon maaf. Sebentar. Coba di bagian mikrofon, dipilih panah ke atas, lalu built-in output, Bu. Built-in output, dipilih built-in microphone. Coba di unmute Bu, coba di unmute. Unmute, coba. Masih belum kedengeran Bu, mohon maaf. Oke, kita tes dulu Bu, coba. Untuk di mikrofon, di panah atasnya bisa coba diklik Bu. Lalu built-in microphone dan built-in output, built-in microphone. Atau dicoba dulu tes speaker and microphone-nya, Bu. Ya, tes speaker and microphone dicoba terlebih dahulu. Yang kedengeran belum kedengeran. Coba ya. Mungkin bisa pakai gadget yang lain. Nanti share screen-nya tetap yang ini. Ya. Mohon maaf Ibu. Sometimes teknologi memang cukup memusingkan untuk banyak orang. Saya juga suka kesulitan. So for the participants, while we are waiting for Bu Elis, today Bu Elis from UINWS Semarang will talk about social capital and the acceptance of online media in teaching and learning process. Like as in the pandemic, we can see how important online media is, because we cannot like see our students face to face. And after this, at 2, we still have one more plenary session with 4 different speakers. And after that, at 15:30 Indonesia time, Jakarta time, please do join us for the closing ceremony of the Virtual International Conference. Pripun Bu, Sagir? It's okay, tidak apa-apa Bu. Masih ada waktu. Okay. Oh, please, for whoever have questions, jika ada pertanyaan bisa langsung dituliskan. You can write it down on the chat box along the presentation. I will read it for you to ask for the speaker.
Mbak Vina, I have another name. Yeah, but I use my phone.
Yeah, it's okay, Bu.
Okay.
Iya,
That's
sudah
my...
kedengaran sekarang ya. Jadi yang di laptopnya
Okay.
bisa ya, yang di laptopnya Ibu bisa di mute, suaranya dihilangkan biar nggak double.
Oh ya, oke. Baik.
Ya.
Tetap bisa kedengaran ya?
Ya, bisa.
Ya.
Nanti share screen-nya dari laptop. Terima kasih Bu, mohon maaf.
Oh, ya. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss James, for presenting my title in this forum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, special great for the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, my soulmate, Bu Liv Anis Maksumah, and then the committee of this virtual international conference on the education in the midst of yeah, I'm the vision to present my and I try to make a connection between the theme of the virtual conference and my own discipline. So I find out the title and it was social capital. Let me share, Mbak Vina. Yeah.
Silahkan, sudah bisa di-share screen-nya.
Yeah. Okay, you can find the screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my own.
Mungkin bisa di slide
this is
show.
one of the.
Mohon maaf.
Yeah. This is one of the project in the middle of COVID in my faculty. It related to social capital, and I have a minor research that connect the social capital and the process of teaching, learning in the midst of society context. This is abstract. Actually, if we discuss about social capital, we have in our social context that capital, that the social capital is a force in society that is based on relationship between people. And of course, we can find it closely surrounding us. And using research with social capital analysis, this study found that in implementing an online system in the teaching and learning process, yeah, factually so many respond that lies in three respond positively, negatively, and neutral, of course. But the variability of the argument is very, very wide. And then I found that the response is not based on the economical background or educational background. It is a cross social process. And the third, those who accept the online system is those who have prepared themselves to accept the change. Those who think about themselves in the former condition will always give the dissatisfaction about the condition. They will see the new normal is as a normal. That is the finding. Yeah, this is the introduction. Our concern on the pandemic, of course, and then the context of this study is the time term on the pandemic COVID-19. So from the setup of the government statement about the pandemic and until now. And so many social changes affected by the pandemic. Yeah, lifestyle and then daily life way of the social process is changing because of the pandemic. Yes, basic knowledge about the virus how virus COVID-19 spread, that finally changed the social context. Yeah, related to the spread through the droplet and then airborne transmission, then also surface transmission and fecal and oral. This is something that we not general to speak about that. So if we see that, so COVID-19 may spread by all of the medium of life. So it is very dangerous. So that is why the effect, government, of course, to make a safety safety way for the people within this country. So government hand in hand with all of the component of the society did any effort to ban the spread of the new virus. And various formula were introduced that all were oriented toward the preventing of the spread of COVID-19, including maintaining personal hygiene, maintaining personal health, maintaining physical contact with other people, and also etiquette when coaching and sneezing. This is a very important education for people too. And it is not enough because according to the data, the virus has so much. So we try to manage our daily life using the protocol. And the conclusion is that physical contact must be limited. So this is the context. So that is why, and then we get the term of lockdown, which move public activities into home activities. And the other term are disseminated, stay at home, work from home, and learn and study from home. And other which means the limitation of going out from house for the community members, and manage to try to make any activity limitedly in the house with the family. And we can imagine our last Ramadan, we have no tarawih in the mosque. Even in the Idul Fitri prayer, all the family manage their own Idul Fitri prayer. This is the effect of COVID-19. I feel so distressed on the time of the first ban to go to the mosque. And from the most minor, it is announced that it is adhan not for calling people to go to the mosque, but it is only show the time for praying. We have so distressed at that time. And then government regulation, the call of the Ulama Council related to this process. Even all practices that involve many people are also must be avoided. And the question, in the middle of that condition, what are coming out from many of society member related to the enactment of online system, because the school must be closed. So learning and studying from home enacted. So of course, this is a new reality that the people and community member must face. Now we can imagine that most of our school implement the full offline system. Also in the university level, the best things is mix between online and we will have a good point if combine offline and online system, and online system take 40%. But in the mid of COVID, even we practice 100% for this semester. And so many respond about it. And then the second question, from what social group the response come out? So we will know the response, and that response come from what kind of social group. And why the response enactment of the online system in and learning process. And I try to use the theory of social capital as a tool of analysis. And I take the theory of Manlin. It is a newest sociologist, but factually we have a former theory of social capital. What is social capital in this context is that social capital is the ability of the people, to associate or relate to one another, and then become an important force to do the economic or another social aspect in the social life. And social capacity to make association, to relate each other, is not happen automatically. There is three pre-requirement for the existence social capital. Context, we know that there is a norm there, and then social networking that take part in the build of the social capital. So this is the connection between culture and social context, and then how the practice of learning and process. Yeah. So now, what I mean by online learning media. Online media, learning media is here that I mean is the learning model that's communication technology to deliver the material of the learning and teaching. So the system that, so many systems that we apply within the context, like Soloki or Google Classroom or Moodle or e-learning with the other system, and how this media in the midst of pandemic become the alternative to deliver the material in teaching. Here we can imagine how our social condition must try to understand and study about the process to implement the system. We can see in the social media, for example, how a mother was because of system, because they are not familiar with the technology. That is one expression only. Yeah. So we see the social fact. What is the fact in the society? Referring to the technologies and taking into account the condition of the community that now use the communication technology facilities, and the application of online learning system raise several reactions from the community group. Yeah, this is a usual fact, I think, for the society context. If we get a new technology, they will react, and the reaction will be positive, will be negative, or neutral. Yeah. Some of the response to the implementation of the online learning system accept it wholeheartedly because they understand the condition and make the system, the offline not possible. They understand much, so they accommodate the changing situation and they merge into the change. And then the other subject objected to the online learning because the difficulty in assisting the children in learning at home. This is that that was blown up in the social media. How mother broke the handphone, for example, because he can assist the children in time. Yeah. This is a social reality. But some didn't know how to respond. They are confused. How can I respond this? If we don't accommodate the change, so we will left behind. But if we go through the change, we have not the facility, for example. That is the third part. And I try to make a differentiation between the informal residentiality and then economic level, but this is a generalization. And then educational level, and then religion. And in my study is that there is no specific attachment to the social process that I make a differentiation. Even in the rural and urban, there is the same, relatively same response. Some respond positive and some negative and some neutral. For all of the item and characteristic. So this is the question must be more deeper. So the problem is not in the technology itself or the system, but this is related to capital. Yeah, there is difference between social group in responding the system. So the finding here, any person in any group of society having the ability to associate and relate each other, and if that happen, it will release their difficulty in solving the problem of learning, assisting the children to involve in the learning process. And they may have their own specific context of life that make them possible to have the association. The more association they have, the easier for them to find out the problem solving in teaching learning process. Here I think whatever the technology that we may take involved in, if we have the hard and strong social capital, so we have the chance to communicate each other. So we may say our difficulty and our friend will have the answer of it. If we have no that, so how distressed we are, because we must solve the problem only by ourselves. That is the point here. There are three and this one are not related to the residentiality or economic status of level of education or religion. And those who accepted the online system teaching and learning method because they may communicate with their networking. But may ask once more why they have the relationship between their networking group. Yeah, the first is the value. What is the value that they attach in? For example, in Islamic community, they have the value of silaturahim, for example, or the Islamic brotherhood. No, I'm sorry. Also Islamic sisterhood, if we don't want to say it gender bias. Yeah. So the value, and then go forward to become the norm. So we have the norm to how to make a silaturahim. Silaturahim is going to another person and then make a good action and make a cooperation and doing the better, for example, the silaturahim. And then with their value and norm, and then they make a good relation. If we have a common value and common norm, so the activities maybe common too. So that is why in the common situation, is it so easy for each people in the context of child group to say each other and then to have a good relation in order to solve their problem. That is why whatever the I think social capital must become the point in order to make the social member easy to accept the technology and then try to manage themselves to apply the technology. And the process, of course, not same between one group and other. And we can claim too that the more educated person, more accommodative in taking the technology. Yeah, so many data related to this, I think. Okay, that is all, Mbak Vina. What I find out in my research related to the social capital and the acceptance on the online system in teaching and learning program.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mbak Vina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Bu Alice, for the presentations. Now we will go to the question and answer session. So, is there any questions? Ada pertanyaan? Mungkin? No, not here. I think it's true. Like so many, I watch many news on TV talking about how difficult it is to be a parent in the pandemic because like more assignments coming out, and even some. So the problem is not only about like the economic side, like facilities, internet, quota, but also like parents' intelligence also. I think it affects the process of learning online.
Yeah, that's the question in the chat, but
yeah, there is one. Yeah,
see that.
Yeah, that is from Mila Tuzulfa from UNES.
Mila.
Yeah.
Have the same name.
Mila.
To the yeah. Okay. It shows that not all of the people can accept it because they have faced a lot of obstacles, lack of facility, time management, less motivation, and so on. I do agree. I do agree with your statement that okay, this is make a strongness of the funding of the study, Mbak Vina.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah.
Mila, yeah. Is there any other questions? We have many participants here. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe one comment ya Mbak Vina related to the Mbak Mila Zulfa statement here is that how about this? but not all of environment support. Yeah, we know well our social and facility condition surround us. That we need charge for getting the internet, for example. This is the problem. So also our student protest about this. We use the online system. How you can support us? Yeah, and so many public facility labs, and then some other, and then apply the internet for the giving the easiness for the society surround it to implement the learning process. And but the important thing in my opinion related to the technology is that how the technology can be disseminated into the public clearly. So public will know that the technology is beneficial for them. Otherwise, they will protest. So this is the most important thing. So the step, if they understand that, they will try of any effort that they can to manage themselves and accept the technology. So the most important, as a anthropologist, I saw that the system of knowledge is the most important. The next step will be easy if they know well about the profit that they get from the technology, for example. This is Vina.
Yes, thank you very much for the knowledge, Alice. I think the time's, yeah, it's almost 1. Thank you very much. I hope you'll be safe and be healthy despite of this pandemic stuff going on, and I hope it shall pass too. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Martina.
Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, we still have one more speaker from UIN Wali Songo. Prof. Mujiono, are you here, Prof. Mujiono? Prof. Mujiono. Prof. Mujiono, are you here? Okay, I think we have to wait for Professor Mujiono. Yeah, by the way, Bu Alice, there's another question for you. I'm sorry because it's pop out. Yeah, from Mr. Mizan.
Yeah, Mr. Mizan, I agree. I did agree that also this is a pandemic and this is a disaster for us, but we may take the hikmah from this disaster, and that we find in this process that people may start to learn technology in levels. So I think please support this to give the learning in technology of learning system be publicly disseminated, so our society will know well about the technology. But Vina, do you agree that?
Yeah, because like before this pandemic, people start to learn more about technology, and then now we are forced. You have to be able to do it now. So maybe it's kind of like
shock.
Yeah, shock.
But good shock, I think, for learning.
Yeah,
that's all about Mizan. Yeah. And Pak Mizan is decision maker here, Mbak Vina. So if we agree about that, Pak Mizan will write down and will make a policy about that.
Yay! Yeah, it's very important. Making sure that everyone can handle the technology. So online,
Yeah.
on offline, the study can go on.
Yeah. Mhm. And
Thank
this
you.
is not only for the university circle, but also for all